Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you here. I hope you had a fantastic day. We just streamed quite a short time ago. And I'm back again. Also, I hear myself twice again. I have to figure out where the audio source for this is, because as you can imagine, it's quite annoying if you hear like in a few seconds delay what you just said. Talking over it without getting confused is not that easy. Where on earth is this window? Oh, here it is. Awesome. Okay, I found it. Chat. So today we, as you already potentially are aware, we gathered here to watch the third Hobbit film. And I know it's not the most popular one by any means. It's definitely not a very popular one. But it is a strange film, I have to admit. And we watched it in the extended edition, as always. I potentially should explain the concept of a watch party, because sometimes people are not aware what this exactly means. Not you people, because we have had those for such a long time now. But yeah, some people sometimes get angry comments why it's not the actual film, and people feel betrayed, even though, yeah, that would not be legal to stream it. So I can't stream legally the film itself to YouTube, and I won't do that, because why should I risk getting into trouble? As a result, I just show you a timer, which will hopefully pop up in a moment, as soon as I find the right one. I think it's this. Just double check. Total, yes. So this one here, and in theory, I press on this button, and it just, you see, it moves. This time I also have the right thing here. And with this, you can sync your film with my film. So I show my time code where I'm in the film, and you can sync it. You have to find the source, or any source where you can watch the film yourself in the extended edition. And then we watch along, talk over it, and hopefully I have something interesting to say along the way. I know it's, like I said, not the favorite movie. It's a strange movie. Every time I see it, I think to myself, well, it's, how to say, interesting. The first time when I saw it in cinema, it's not like I really loved everything they did in the film, but my expectation after the second film was so low that I thought, well, it was not as bad as I expected, so it was, I guess, okay. But the more times I've seen it now, I notice definitely that the second film, which I always liked less than this, just from a filmmaking perspective, is less messy than the third film, in my opinion. Maybe so we'll watch it in a moment. We'll find scenes and things where this becomes kind of obvious. But we will see. As the name suggests, it's all about battle, so it's a big part of the film and some stuff. But it also has its moments. Like, Peter Jackson definitely knows how to create these moments that you need in film and so on. I can also, for the future, is this the right one? Yeah, that's the right pop-up thing. Oh, I think it's the right one. So we can also bring in the chat. You can see it on the screen as well with the time code. We don't need to switch discs. At least my version, I don't need to switch discs. If you want to, if you have like a 2-disc version and need a moment to switch, let us know in chat, and we just pause for a moment. Should not be a big of a deal. If not, then just, sync back up. in the meantime, let me just see. I have to set up the thing really quick. And also, yeah, welcome everybody. Nice to see you, Tirza and Dante and Silmarillion, Mark, Baldur, or Balder and Schnake. Nice to see you. And all the other people who might lurk in the background. I hope you had a good one. I'm going to do it like this, and then scene collection. We skip to scene 1. Okay, I'm at 0 here. We'll give you a countdown soon. Oh, Lexi, nice to see you. And Joe. So, I think I said everything as a disclaimer. If you see this as a VOD, like with the other films, I might consider putting those on unlisted at some point. There's a watch party playlist where every watch party we do is still in it. So if you want to rewatch it or whatever, it's there. And I will maybe at some point unlist it. Maybe before we start. I think it should be okay, right? Do we need an ad break or something? I know, maybe it's smart. Well, 40 minutes here on Twitch. Should be okay, right? We should start soon because the film has its lengths, of course. I remember coming out of the cinema, dumbfolded. Elfmen and dwarves not working together, one of the most important things in the book not happening in the movie, yeah. There's also some really bizarre CGI art in it. Hey Tremoxo, nice to see you. Okay, people, are you ready? If somebody said, well, we need like 2 minutes or so, maybe run through an ad break or something, so nothing gets in the way during watching. On YouTube, that's not a problem, but on Twitch, though it should be okay for now. I hope there will be ice skating in the movie. Yeah, I hope so as well. Hey, Anivia Sub, nice to see you. Can you ever be ready for that movie? Yeah, well, I don't know. There was a time I watched it. Like, my expectations were already very low on this film, to be honest. When I watched it, like, I didn't like the second film at all. I felt like, okay, that's already a stretch. I liked the first one, to be honest. I think the first one was some minor things is actually, for the most part, decent. No, not as good as the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings trilogy, but it is decent at least. And it can be fun to watch. The beginning is really good. I think last time when we watched it, somebody said, yeah, the first 40 minutes of the film are like peak, and then it goes downhill. And yeah, I would agree, it definitely goes downhill quite a bit at that mark, but still, overall, a decent impression is there, and it kind of works. That's a yes, by the way. Okay, awesome. So, yeah, we still have a lot of time to talk, and we will talk over the film, of course, because it's the watch party, you know. We do some talking. Maybe I shut up at times and snack along or something. No, this one was specially meant to be 3D. All the 3 was 3D. Like, I remember when the first film came into cinema, it was one of the earlier movies where it was 3D. And in addition to 3D, also... What did he call that? You call it HFR or something like this? High frame rate. I think it was at 48 frames instead of 24. Per second. And I saw it like with all the features on, And it's 3D. And I think the second film, I remember that one. Maybe it was the second one that was HFR. I can't remember fully, but I think it definitely was not the third film where it started. It also had 3D, but it was already in the film before, in the first film. I remember there's a scene where they are in Mirkwood, and Frodo climbs up the tree, and then the birds, these blue birds, start flying, and they fly into the screen. Basically, I remember that scene. It was also in the trailers and stuff. If you remember. Pretty cool scene, but overall, the film, I don't know, it was just nuts, this love triangle story. We also looked into, like, somebody posted, I think it was Jack, the article where an interview was with the actress of Tauriel, who agreed to play the role under the condition that there won't be a love triangle in the show. Well, and then in the film, they said, well, maybe we need a love triangle. Sorry. And she was, oh god. Send help, please. Whatever. The love triangle continues, I guess. And with a lot of Legolas action, completely over the top. Well, we will see it. Let's just start with the film, I would say. And if everybody's ready, I just do too much talking. I hope you're all ready as well. If not, you have like a few seconds while I'm still talking to say no, stop, wait, or something in the chat. And then I will give you a countdown down from 3. I get the first ready in the chat. Yeah, okay. Stefan, welcome. Nice to see you as well. And then, if nobody has anything or needs still a moment, that's everything. Also, when the video here releases, I have to reduce the amount of ads in it, because by default YouTube places ads every 4 to 5 minutes in a video this length. And that's annoying to watch, so I reduce it to an hour or so, because I hate ad revenue. But I think it should not be a terrible experience to unlock the ad block or something like this on specific channels, maybe. So that's that. But at the beginning there will be a lot of ads, because the video needs to process, and then I have to manually say no, and then it should work. But whatever. We will start the watch party in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, please tell me that the timer started. It started. Awesome. So currently seeing the New Line Cinema logo. Will be, I guess, followed by the Hobbit logo in a moment or something. The Wingnuts. But yeah, also much fun watching. Yeah, the Hobbit logo, and it's a battle. I think it kind of makes sense to draw out the battle quite a bit. By the way, for people who have missed the last part, we have awakened Smaug, however pronounced. There's a secret. He comes to the town and wants to burn everything. Bart, I think, is in prison. I still think they did a pretty good job with Lake Town. Like, it has a good atmosphere and so on. It definitely works. Nobody there. I like this shot, like, little interior there with the chains. Pretty nice. Dine is pronounced Doin, yes, according to you, Chris. Smaug. Dine, though, is an Old Norse name. And Smaug is Old English again. Interestingly, the name Smaug and Smeagol, Smeagol, are also related in their origin, if I remember correctly. The question with this name is, how is the G pronounced at the end of A and U? I think there was another cameo of a daughter of Peter Jackson, by the way. They're cartoonishly bad. Which is okay, in my opinion. It's still a children's story. But this film is particularly strange when it comes to its violence and its bizarre creatures that we will see. That's a strong neck. I like how Smaug's chest got hot as he's about to breathe some fire. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I'm not sure if A and U is in Old English a diphthong. I think it is, so it should be Smaug or Smaug. I'm not sure how the G is pronounced at the end of a word, at the end of a word after a diphthong like ow. But however, I would still say Smaug. That is what most people know and connect with this dragon. The pronunciation, especially of Smeagol or Smeagol, is also strange if you pronounce it Old English, because it really sounds like an Old English name in some way. And then the G after Eo, Ea, and Eo, I think as well, is pronounced as this voiceless velar fricative, potentially, at least in reconstructed pronunciation. So it's Smeagol, something like this. Sounds a bit Dutch, I guess. The attack is pretty devastating, as it should be, yes, for sure. I mean, this Doin, Dane, Dine thing and Thrain, whatever, is also complicated. You can make an argument for it, and I kind of like saying it. But I can definitely. The problem is always with the Old Norse pronunciation, it might cause confusion. Who's Doin here exactly? I only know Dane or Dine, and I think it's in these cases pretty much fine to anglicize the names, to be honest. But just to confuse you a bit more, and I don't know, since we do a lot of pronunciation stuff, or focus a bit also on that, I often go for it. The same with Isengard. I think you can definitely anglicize it. But if you pronounce it Old English, it would be Isengard. daughters of the actor of and it's before or before. I was so confused then. Bane. This shot where he has the last arrow and grabs it. I don't know. I really like that shot. It has this. I think it's also a slightly tilted angle. It has this expressionistic feel to it. You know what I mean? Also how the actor plays it. I really like that shot. It's a really cool shot in my opinion. It's kind of exaggerated, but it feels like classic old school. It kind of has a certain charm to it, in my opinion. Pretty cold-hearted. I mean, she's not wrong. The city is burning. They have to go. So Bane delivered Smaug's Bane delivered Smaug's Bane. True. No. Bane is not alive anymore. He dies roundabout. And then, let me just look up. It's a good question. Because the king in pretty good bowman, this bard. I think the beginning of each film is actually pretty okay, if I'm honest. So yeah, it's King Brand, and Brand is the son of Bane, however pronounced. And King Bane, so he's alive during Bilbo's birthday party. He dies 3007. Firing from Bane's shoulder is a bit much. It is. It definitely is. But, I mean, we will see more over-the-top stuff than this. You won't believe it, but that's one of the most realistic things we will see in this film in the fighting. One distance between Nazgûl is pretty exactly. Firing from man's shoulder, that's why red. And there goes Smaug, the golden. The world shall never see its like again, which is a good thing. Exactly. Yeah, you might be right, but yeah, it's like I said, they still have some years to kind of meet and befriend each other. Though to be fair, Bine is already dead during Lord of the Rings. Brand, his son, the grandson of Bard the First. Bard the First is alive during this time already. I'm not sure how old Bine is. Birth is not known. 3001 is 60 years later. 7 years, 76. Let's say he's like, I'm not sure how old Bine is supposed to be during during the Hobbit. If let's say he's, because it's easier to calculate, he's 13, then he's 80 at this time already in 2007, if I calculated that correctly, which I can't guarantee because, well. And here we go again. It started kind of okayish, decent, maybe exaggerated, but it's still a Hollywood film, so of course it's exaggerated. And here we go again. Did she say just bastard? Shoutouts to Sean Bean. Bard the Dragon Slayer. Well, yeah, wrong river, exactly. It's kind of a Frodo scene, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, Celdwin, Carnen, by the way, are the... Which river is this? I would assume it's the Celdwin, right, chat? But, yeah, very reminiscent of Frodo, this scene, in a way. I just reread... We completed my script for the new lore video for the last part of Who's Elrond. You could say today, but technically also yesterday. And winter is upon us, and a lot of them were just in water, icy water, by the way. Yeah, well, being shortly in somewhat, the people are tough, but being in icy water for a moment is, I think, more okayish than a long cold period where you don't have stuff. I was like, yeah, Frodo. It was the Scouring of the Shire, where also at the end they kind of confronted Sharky, so Saruman, in the Shire, and Frodo let him go and said, "No, you're free, but come never back. Become a better person, whatever." And Frodo had mercy on him, and it's kind of it's a bit reminiscent, I think, of that. I like that Bofur is calling Bombor and Bifur his brothers and cousins, and then anybody. I hope I hope when the Fellowship watch party next week that more people watch. I know this, like I said, I have some people I know saying, "Well, I really like your stream and so on," but I don't want to watch this movie. Mm. It's kind of distantly implied, something like this, and the dragon sickness is mentioned once in the book. Hey, too nice. Nice to see you. Finding the Arkenstone. Maybe they should ask Scrooge McDuck. He would go for a little swim. Yeah, that would potentially help. I'm also glad to hear from you again. Yeah, of course, I'm basically always kind of there. A treasure hunter. Right, now we get the explanation where the Arkenstone is. Shouldn't all the dwarves be affected by dragon sickness, while only Thorin seems to be heavily affected? I mean, because it's his stuff. The others are just his companions, and it's more like maybe a king's thing in theory. I'm not sure. In theory, it feels to me like we can go into the fantastic script of Tolkien here, and can maybe find the sentence really quick. No, quick is the wrong word. It will take a moment. Dragon sickness, dragon slaying. Oh, where is it? Yeah, the old master had to come to a bad end. Bard had given him much gold for the help of the lake people, but being of the kind that easily catches such disease, he fell under the dragon sickness and took most of the gold and fled with it, and died of starvation in the waste, deserted by his companions. That's talking about the master of the town. He got dragon sickness. Interestingly. So he got a lot of gold, and then he got this hoarding like a dragon, and suddenly the treasure is more important than everything else, and causing some kind of madness. You could argue you get hints for this for Thorin as well in a way, but I think $10,000 strong. Steak sickness for Bombor. Here's steak sickness, that could be. So here Gundabad is interestingly a fortress or something, it seems. But in the books, Gundabad is a mountain, Mount Gundabad, and it's a sacred mountain for the dwarves because that is where Durin the Deathless, awoke. And after that, Durin, the dwarves, had to fight for it many times, lost it to the orcs, and the orcs also, according to the Hobbit, placed something there. Here we have, I guess, a kind of weird example of Osanwe. Was it not original design for Bolg? Yeah, potentially. Here they have to explain a very important thing. Why Sauron has not taken the ring from Gandalf. Yeah. What misery or sorcery would compel anyone to go there? It's a terrible place, lots of orc. But yeah, Gundabad was like, below it there was like also the orcs took it and so on. I would say that Sauron should suspect that Gandalf has the ring. Sauron would never would have let the ring escape. This is one of the three. Sauron desires the three rings of power. And he knows Gandalf is one of his chief foes. So Sauron's pretty sure that Galadriel has one of the rings. One is with Sauron and the other he doesn't know. But he should not be surprised to find it with Gandalf. And also he can see the unseen, so why it would be difficult to hide the ring from Sauron, to be honest. All the rings are elven rings. But they were powerful and precious, but it was still his own design. The three were still based on the design of Sauron. There was just one design change. They don't confer invisibility. But Sauron wants the most powerful of the rings, of course. And they don't want, even if he doesn't use them, he does not want that his enemies have those rings. Now there's some fighting, which I think is okay. I kind of like that they included what happens in parallel in Dol Guldur, because Sauron is, spoiler, driven out. I mentioned it in my lore video about this particular section. I think it was in the Hunt for Gollum or whatever video. No, it was in the Road to Lord of the Rings, the Prelude to Lord of the Rings video. What is interesting about this, in Appendix B, it sounds like they come here and Sauron is already on his way out, basically, and says, well, you are here, I'm leaving, see you next time, and then he moves on. There is a version where it sounds like that they drive them out, and there's actually some conflict here between them. Galadriel and Celeborn later also come here and destroy Dol Guldur completely in the War of the Ring, after Sauron is defeated and so on. Radagast doesn't really play a role here, but they definitely extended his role here for The Hobbit. Just one time he was sent back. Gandalf is also not imprisoned here in Dol Guldur. That's also something the films made up. Does that mean Sauron knew all the time that Gil-galad and Elrond and Galadriel Círdan had the rings? Tolkien writes in a sentence that Sauron could have guessed that they have the rings. He doesn't know it exactly, but he knows that the rings are not in Eregion, and Sauron could have guessed that Gil-galad, at least that Gil-galad has a ring, and he knows when Gil-galad died that potentially Elrond or Círdan must have gotten the rings. Like the most prominent and powerful and wise elf lords will get the rings. It's not hard to guess, and that Galadriel has one, also I think not too hard to guess for him. But he can't do anything about it. Sauron has not the force to overcome them yet. Yeah, he had not, but he still knew what he knew from the Second Age. I find it strange that Galadriel drives him out when it's always feels more like, I don't know, they all got there. Sauron then has to flee or something. So interestingly, he now flees directly to Mordor. After a short time, declares himself openly again. It's not like Sauron lost a lot of power there. Like I said, in the books, also Gandalf drives him out with the others because Gandalf is not captured there. She recognized Halbrand in his voice. Let's not open old wounds here. So yeah, I think Sauron can guess who has the rings. He guessed it in the Second Age when he had the One Ring. He didn't know exactly where, but like I said, if the owner of the rings did not change, Galadriel is still around. After Gil-galad, Elrond is still around. He has his own realm. So he will suspect it's either in Rivendell or in Mithlond, with Círdan or both. And one is with Galadriel. The guess is not too hard. Maybe guessing that Gandalf has a ring is difficult, but he knows he's one of the chief enemies. He should definitely look out for it. And the problem is, if he has captured Gandalf and he's unconscious, then why would Sauron not be able to see the ring? He's Sauron. Mm-hmm. Hey Murray, nice to see you. The question is if Sauron knows the exact number of elven rings. But I would assume he knows the number. But you think if Sauron would have found, would have captured Gandalf, and he would be unconscious, that Sauron would not be able to get the ring from Gandalf? I would agree, though, with you, Mark, that I think it's difficult. As said, Gandalf is difficult to guess for Sauron. That he has a ring, but still he knows that Gandalf is one of his chief enemies. Gandalf has identified Sauron in the past already, in Dol Guldur, from the book's perspective. So he definitely should know that he's his chief enemy. Should know about. He should have. He definitely knows about Gandalf, to be quite frank. So if he could have captured Gandalf, he would have searched Gandalf and would have definitely take a very close look what he has with him and what not, and to extract information from him. I don't fully see that he can hide the ring. Like, for example, Saruman also notices that Gandalf has the ring Narya. If Saruman knows that Gandalf has the ring Narya, and Sauron sees Gandalf in person, I think Sauron would also know that Gandalf has a ring. I don't think that Gandalf can hide the ring from Sauron's gaze. When Sauron is in Dol Guldur, in Mordor, and Gandalf in the wild, then sure, he can't see or sense that Gandalf has a ring. He can maybe guess it, though it's a tough guess. I think he definitely should fear Gandalf enough to look very closely what Gandalf is doing. And if he would ever get his hands on Gandalf, then I think it would be... It's very unrealistic that Sauron doesn't get the ring. And lets him in a cage with the ring for, like, I don't know, a week or whatever. And then sends some random orc to extract it. Yeah, Gandalf was never captured in the book. Correct. But in the film he is. It's more about... My argument's not about the book, it's more that I think... What I know from Sauron... and projected into the film, then under the weird idea that Gandalf is captured, Sauron would have taken the ring. Maybe that's a misunderstanding, or which I potentially didn't explain well enough what I mean here. it's definitely more about what if Sauron would have captured Gandalf. I think he would have gotten the ring 100%. Yeah, that's also a good point. Hey, thank you, Priscilla, for leaving the like. Wish you a fantastic day. I know the third Hobbit film is not the most I have to study, or no, but much success with that. It was implied like Gandalf was willingly captured, I thought, in disguise. Now we're also with Bard seeing the elves here, the elven archers. I can agree with that. Sauron does not know until he gets Gandalf imprisoned, or he gets the info from Saruman. Yes. Like he definitely, he does not know that for sure that Gandalf has a ring. At most, he could have a vague guess, but that's it basically. I think Elrond and Galadriel are easier to guess for Sauron that there's a ring. I'm sure Gandalf in the film Gandalf doesn't get captured willingly. One shot of Bard rising, the first. Looks so fake, yeah. I always find the hands so too strange with the hands processive. It's so hard to say the word Prothesen. Or a hand thing. Interestingly, what is a strange Lasgalen? Or Lasgalen? Let me just see. Lasgalen, I think is the pronunciation. Lasgalen. No, Lasgalen. No. Yeah, it's a Sindarin name. It means green of leaf, I think, translated. Yeah, here it's written. Green of leaf, and it's one of the names for Laudelin. Strange. So the jewels of Lasgalen could be one of the Silmarillion. Very strange. I'm wondering where the name is from. It's not from The Hobbit. It must be that in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lasgalen. Ah, I know where. You know where the name is from? The name is from Mirkwood, because after the Mirkwood or Sauron is defeated, Celeborn and Thranduil met in the midst of the forest and renamed Mirkwood Erin Lasgalen, the wood of green leaves. So it's basically the necklace of, I assume, of Mirkwood, of Greenwood the Great, or the forest of the green leaves. It's funny, I just recently read this section, just forgot again. Roak. One Roak is also, like, we have the speaking ravens with Roak and so on in the Hobbit book. It's a cool scene, I think. I mean, yes, Saruman would also be an assumption for Narya. That's a good point. Thranduil, Saruman, Gandalf. What would other guesses be where Elvish Ring could be? Círdan. And only older dwarves understand. The little that told Bart about the missing piece in Smaug's armor didn't appear in the movie. Yeah, that is true. That also is missing. Well, it's a bit different here. Here he sees it himself, and it's made into the legend of Girion. It's not clear if Saruman was there. Like, it is reported that when Círdan gifted Narya to Gandalf, that Saruman was envious, you call it, I think. And Saruman, like, how I read it, like, in some of the versions, Gandalf and potentially Radagast come together to Middle-earth on a ship, and Saruman went there earlier before them on a different ship. So when Gandalf appears in the Havens, there is a possibility that Saruman is not there yet. I mean, he could have waited for him to appear. Hard to tell. So maybe he was there, maybe not. He could have seen it, though. It could also possible that they later, when he sees Gandalf, that he has the ring of Círdan that he knows. Hey, Jack, nice to see you. I like Thranduil's steed. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Only one mithril shirt in Erebor, and they give it to Bill. Well, it only fits him. It was made for a prince of the elves, potentially Legolas. Very important object. also hope the chat here is working. As always, also a hint, if I'm not talking for like 2 minutes or so, I muted myself, forgot to unmute myself. And another thing is, if I don't answer to your stuff in chat, maybe my chat crashed and it doesn't scroll up anymore and I didn't notice. So sometimes I have to maybe write something myself in chat just to see if it still works. I got kind of paranoid with this. YouTube chat is unfortunately, let's say, improvable. Congrats to your 30 stream watch streak, Jack. Okay, now we are in Gundabad. Gundabad is at the north of the Misty Mountains, where the Misty Mountains meet basically the Grey Mountains. It's interesting that Legolas' mother is not known. Like, it's no information about her at all. He got relatively late into the writing process, I think. Well, not late, but originally Tolkien wanted to send Glorfindel as one of the Fellowship, but he was too powerful, so he had to invent a new character. Then he invented Legolas, which is a cool character, but you notice that he's not that well woven into the elven family trees. I like the look at from Thranduil. Angmar, I don't know. I like that the shape of this cave looks like one of these wereworms kind of brought it into the mountain, you know? They were only also just one time mentioned in. If there ever was to be a new Lord of the Rings trilogy, it should be about the Angmar Wars and the fall of Arnor and all that. I think it would make great cinema. Yeah, I would agree. I would also like to see like an Angmar War film. It's kind of interesting that some orcs like sprint faster than the others. There's some mentions of stuff like this also in some text of Tolkien, if I remember correctly, or recently read the chapters in Unfinished Tales about the battles or the Battle of the Fort of Isen, or Isen, and there also, if I remember correctly. Well, Tauri and Legolas, they're scouts. They're scouting, I guess. Do we ever get a scene of the identities of the five armies in the movie? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think the movie kind of represents those in some way as well. They also made a video about this, who are the five armies actually, which is not 100% clear. Well, it's clear in the book because Tolkien writes it, but Tolkien ran through some iterations who these five armies might be. The idea of five armies existed prior, before he has decided on who are actually the five armies. Yeah. Like the scene. Sorry. Yeah, definitely. It's it was finest moment, yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think you found the quote, Alexi. Upon the side were goblins and the wild wolves, and upon the other elves, men, and dwarves. In some versions, also the eagles counted. I like the actor of Alfred. He really tries his best, but of course his role is written to be absolutely unlikable. And he kind of does a good job, I think, in fulfilling that. But it's just too much, just from the writing. Alfred's status doesn't make much sense. It does not, yes. A good scene. I also really like the scene where they help him. Hey, you maybe should go. What does Thranduil even know about the affairs of Gondor? Oh, he's a king. Maybe he knows a thing or two. I'm not sure how isolated the Elven King was. Later he works together with, for example, Aragorn and so on in a way. And also with Gandalf, so I don't know. Potentially they know a bit. As a raven. Who is that? One story more reasonable. Well, I like his look on Bilbo's face when Gandalf says this. Okay. I was riding on mountain rams that fits. Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. Did Sauron care about the Arkenstone? I don't think so. Sauron's plans were always bigger than just having a specific stone treasure piece. I mean, there is the theory that in early ideas it was one of the Silmarillion, but like I said, that is definitely wrong for werewolves. Tröd. And the most unrealistic thing about the dwarven scorpions is not how or that they work, it's the sole fact that they exist, since weapons technology in Middle Earth hasn't evolved since the First Age. Yeah, there's not much evolution going on in the weapon department, I guess, as well. I mean, there are siege weapons for sure, but I don't know. There are there are not that many dwarves or elves, and lots of orcs. How exactly is this battle going to last 1.5 hours? I don't know. Peter Jackson thought that's the way to go here. But as you said, it would be cooler if they agreed a bit faster on, okay, we have to work together against our common foe and overcome our difficulties really quick, and then learn the lesson of, you know, the war beasts. Now come these strange creatures, right? Yeah. And now comes this weird thing. It's supposed to be a children's movie. How is there this weird war wagon? And these strange creatures and cut off limbs everywhere. Yeah, in the book, Bilbo's knocked out, and the battle happens basically off screen, and Gandalf tells what happens afterwards a bit. But here we're at the full battle thing, which I kind of, I think for a film thing, it's okay to draw it out quite a bit. Maybe they exaggerated with drawing it out a little bit too much, in my opinion, but. This orc here with the. I jump head front against the wall. Troller pulse, yeah. These troll orc hybrid things, I don't mind the troll. I think it's very grotesque entities in this army. The worst part for me, I don't know what worse is a strong word, but the weirdest creature they made is definitely this weird giant with his limbs cut off and replaced by these, I don't know, morning star things. That's such a weird entity. Close one. That's how cards work, yeah. This thing is, that's so strange. What is this entity? Could be, I don't know, Warhammer Fantasy or something. That doesn't really fit, I think, into Tolkien's universe. And thus the Battle of Five Armies was lost because the men, elves, and dwarves fought separately and were defeated one by one. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, at least Thranduil comes to also into the city and fights the orcs there. I like how he just, without a helmet, knocks the steel helm orcs out with one headbutt. The slow-mo shots. Hey, Liana, nice to see you. Other clues than I? No, I don't think so. It was... That's also one of my favorite scenes in this third film. Like, Dwalin is the most loyal to Thorin. And so the third hears of this headbutting of Duin and becomes the master of this fighting style. That's his nickname, Stonehelm. From there, yeah, maybe. feel like this. I think this is a weird section in the film. We have this. We have all the fighting and slaughtering and so on going on, but now we have this. Oh no, Thorin has to come back to a census scene in the middle while all the fighting is going on and so on. This is why we need to tax the rich to save them from themselves. Yeah, exactly, I agree. The problem is a bit. I think this is such a strange scene. Of course, it has to do with morale and so on, for sure. But such a strange scene because they are just like 13 people more, and you have these thousands of orcs. And think, okay, what difference will they make? You know what I mean? It's they blow up the scene a little bit too much, in my opinion. Well, the lesson is here, no, there needs to be a king and Thorin needs to come back to his senses. It's not like, okay, no, the three peoples need to work together to achieve victory. Yeah, I'm mute, sorry. 1.5 hours, 1 hour 35, 36 now. And yeah, it feels, this scene is, in my opinion, too overblown. It wants to be very epic, but it's just, yeah, now, I don't know, some dudes in leather coats come out while there's this massive dwarven army with full metal armor standing there and fighting. And then, yeah, they're just, I don't know, 13 dwarves coming out of the mountain. Instead of focusing on like the lesson that the three people should work together to defeat and overcome the enemy. Like what difference are these 13 dwarves going to make there at the end against thousands of orcs? as a result, I always think it's a bit overblown. Sure, there's a moral boost, as you say, but yeah, it can only do so much. And like, if he would have come earlier to his senses and so on, I think it would have worked better than focusing us on the battle. Like, they blow off this scene so much. Also, this weird creature with his cut off limbs, which are replaced by these metal things and morning stars and whatnot. It's just such a bizarre creature. Yeah. Good thing was the bell was in a handy location. Like, Thodin and the others have to talk quietly before, and the others are fighting or dying outside. I don't like that, to be honest. Aren't these creatures also too scary for children? I mean, I'm not sure what the age rating on this film is. It must be not that low, considering how many heads are cut off. It has in Germany. It has even FSK 12, so that's strange. Yeah, the meeting of them is kind of funny. I hate Azog. He's a meanie. I like how he used the wheels to grind his sword, to sharpen his sword. No, definitely a lot of slapstick and cutting of limbs and whatnot. Cutting off like 5 heads. How does this get PG FSK 12 in Germany? It's really overblown. I don't mind the slapstick because it's kind of part of the style of these films already. We had it in the first film, some slapstick. Of course, they continue it. Oh man. Didn't like the first and the second either. Well, I think the first was okay. I said. But yeah, I can see that. Yeah, the slapstick during the fighting. It was always, I feel, kind of a bit, but they definitely increased it here quite a bit. Another head. Some of the extreme violence also was in the thing before. I don't know. It's now we have the Alfred stuff and all. Like, does it really need that in women's clothes? It's just too much. No, of course, Gandalf's staff is not working with from stuff from Radagast. And of course, Alfred is hiding now in this weird thing. Gandalf has some good iframes here. It's such a stupid scene, to be honest. You have to fiddle with the stone sometimes, yeah. This scene I don't get. Like, it's so stupid. Like, you have this character, he's all in the movie for I don't know how many minutes. What 1 hour 47 we are now. He's in the movie for all the time, and then they have the slapstick death scene for him. And I think, okay, they could have just cut him out. Nobody would have noticed. There's a Tom and Jerry scene here. I think the finally fight here with Azog and so on is kind of okay. But there's always so much ballast, I would call it, that the films have. I wanted to warn you that the orcs are coming. This is such a strange plan. Yeah, they come from the north to the hill. What? Makes no sense. Yeah, Peter Jackson's sense of humor here is a bit off, I think. I mean, the movie is a catastrophe anyway. I think the first film is okay. And it's a children's book, and he does some slapstick here and there and a bit over the top. It's completely fine. But there's just too much nonsense in this film. It's full of it. Like some stuff where there's like a good building of a climax, like with Thorin coming out from the door, that's good, but the payoff is not big enough for just 13 dwarves coming out. Like if they would bring some dwarvish super weapon out that changes the battle, okay. But you know, it does not really work in my opinion. Oh no. Just said my PlayStation will just turn off in 10 minutes. Just had to press something. I think Jackson's King Kong in a nice skating scene. Wow. If you see something, say something. What do you want? Exactly. No more than one. Can we take on him? Dwalin is the only one I do believe that confidence. Yeah. And now comes another weird scene. Public transport, like if you say an abandoned suitcase, you should speak to star. Okay. This is a weird scene there. Oh boy, the scene. Oh god. I like the actors. Oh, this is an extended scene with I think this is Bofur, right? Was the X in his head? What is boring? Nosferatu, Azog. No, Azog will be still there. The end of Filian Kili is also strange. It's before. Oh no! I always confuse them. I can't for my life I can't remember who is who. Yeah, that's Bifur, you're right. Bofur is the other dude. I try to remember that, but next time we watch this film, I will have forgotten again. No, it just continues with Azog. I like how Sting is glowing. Yeah, I agree. I'm always surprised that Feely his presence is so brief. His role is so small in comparison to Keely because of this love story nonsense. Classic Hobbit stone throwing. Classic Legolas. That only counts as one, by the way. Yeah, Legolas is now Batman. Or Bat Elf. Travels by Batmobile, yeah. The, what is the Batman plane? The Bat plane? No, it's not Bat plane, right? Batwing. Is it called Batwing? Something like that. Yeah, the car is a Batmobile, but what is the... Yeah, it also has a plane like Batman. What's the plane called? Because Legolas is technically is flying, so it's more the Batwing, if that's the name of the bat plane. The bat plane. Yeah, Batwing it's called. I like how she just killed, I don't know, 300 orcs in the three films, and in the two films she was in, and now she has trouble with this guy for whatever reason. I never seen that Legolas running out of arrows. Is a named orc can't be defeated so easy. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. Like in the book, also Azog is dead at this point, and it's only Bolg, this guy. Boss fight. Physics in 3 to 1, yeah. I like though that Legolas is working together with the dwarf here. He's not happy about it. Yeah, that's no Lucky Luke. You completely use the second orc army. Like, isn't served, it is made. I'm wondering if it would be in theory possible what Legolas is doing there. Maybe with one stone or something. Why is not hitting his head all the time, I'm wondering. What I like though about the scene, he falls down and then this big stone hits him when he lands. I don't always find it funny. Like if you would be able to jump off a stone in the air with enough force, it should propel you upwards, and the stone with an equal force downwards. So in theory, it's possible. No, the stones fall down far too slow in falling. It's more like moon physics. Conservation of linear momentum. But it can't just push the stone down, because according to Newton's, is it the second, like or the third axiom, actio equals react. I don't know how it's pronounced in English. Actio gleich Reaktio. The problem is you're already falling, so you have to push down the stone with a lot more force. Like if you would, like, for example, all objects independent of their weight, there's only a dependency on air resistance, fall down equally fast. And only the terminal velocity is only due to air resistance. Wasn't there like a Mythbuster episode where it's about if you fall down if you are inside an elevator and it falls down, would jumping up help you out surviving? I think the conclusion was no, but in theory, like if you would have superhuman legs, maybe then it could work. I don't know. Independent of realism here, just considering, is it in theory with like superhuman strength possible? On the other side, the argument could be made. It could be made that if you have the strength to pull that off, falling down and surviving, or your legs surviving without breaking, would, I assume, be also an option. Like if your body would be able to emit this amount of force and survive achieving this force in of its own without being destroyed, then maybe. I think it of course, the stone might, I think it could be a velocity problem then. Like if you have a very, very small stone, or like say a sand corn, you would need, I assume, because there's also like something like Energieerhaltung, energy conservation, or whatever it's called. Funny how this turns into a physics stream. What is it? Energy, yes, energy conservation. There's, at least with kinetic energy, velocity is always a thing. So in theory, like to get the same amount of, if your mass is smaller, you have to put more velocity on the sand corn, if that makes sense. So the velocity has to be really high for the sand corn to, like, of the little sand or little stone. You know what I mean? If you have a very big stone, you don't need to put so much velocity down, but it becomes difficult. The energy is the same but the velocity does not have, because the mass is greater, the velocity has to, like, you have to move more mass, and moving more mass requires more force or more energy, or results in more energy, whatever. The movie is so gripping, that physics is more fascinating. Well. How does he walk on toes now? Well, it's just, I don't know. He has very big feet. I guess it's just magic, yes. Definitely a nice, another stronger moment in, I think, in the film, the death scene of Thorin. Unfortunately, it is disturbed by another side story here. Definitely. It's actually west. Aragorn is, at this point in the story, I don't know, 11? He's not known as Strider now. He's known as Estelle. Nobody knows that who Estelle is at this point. It's kept secret. That's the whole point of it. North where the sun rises. Yes, oh god. But sad or merry, I must leave it now. Alexei, thank you for joining and for participating. It was nice having you here. Oh, you just I thought you used a quote to say good night for the time being. Oh boy, this whole love story thing and how they resolved Legolas stuff in the end. It's just, it fits so poorly. People underuse the ring in the movie, yeah. And also the extended scene with the mourning for Thorin Oakenshield that's not in the cinema cut. I'm not sure about the color, to be honest, of the glow. I just know that Orcris, if I remember correctly, it stays, so every time the orcs would approach in the future, people would be warned because Orcris would be glowing at Thorin's grave or something like that. Or statue or whatever they made there. Forgot the exact context. Somebody can find the quote, but yeah, definitely. It might be reddish. Maybe. I know that in the Unseen, the barrow blades were glowing reddish. Balin visited him. I'm not sure if others visited him. So I don't know exactly, no. Maybe it is known. That was a way back. I mean, a lot of rings. Aragorn only went to as far as Isengard, then he returned. And then Galadriel, Celeborn, Eladan, Elrohir, Elrond moved further. Then Galadriel and Celeborn at Moria returned to Lothlorien over the mountains, and then the rest went on to Rivendell. And then from Rivendell, Frodo, Sam, Pippin, Merry, and Gandalf went to Bree. And after Bree, Gandalf went to Tom Bombadil and the hobbits to the Shire, and there was the scouring of the Shire, Lord of the Rings, in case you mean that. Yes, so you mean from Rivendell, from Shire to Rivendell. Yes, there were two dwarves accompanying him. Yes, you're right. Bombo never left Erebor. Yeah, they said there was a joke about Bombo being so heavy now that it needs, like, I don't know, 4 young dwarfs to lift him out of a chair, whatever. Not the spoons. I could swear I read something that Bilbo said, yeah, it was good that I came back in time after my adventure, because otherwise Lobelia would have got her will or something like this. Not the spoons. It doesn't matter. If it was silver, I wouldn't let anyone take my spoons. Yeah, I get his point, though. Are we looking forward to the... let's talk about the Rings of Power in a moment. I read the question, I don't want to overread it, but... His handkerchief. Also, handkerchief is also a very cool English word, I think. That's a really cool word. Maybe it's just me, but I think that's cool. Hanky. Also like how yeah, the images there, Peter Jackson and Fran Welch, however she's pronounced, because consonants in English, consonants, what is it called, vowels in English, hard to. Yeah, it's a beautiful house. So it's Fran Welch. The end. We reached the end. 2 hours 30. It's much shorter than the others. The others were almost 3 hours. Like 2 hours 50. I mean, they drawn out all the stuff here quite a bit. I want to apologize to Fran Welch for always pronouncing her name wrong. But for me, as a not native speaker, it's really difficult to guess how a name is pronounced. I have to admit. Yeah, Pippin's singing. But none of them are born yet. Just think of Walt Disney, yeah. So it's Walt. It's more like an O sound, right? Fran Welch. I jump back to the start though for the next watch party. Yeah, I think that it corresponds or directly connects to the Fellowship of the Rings. That's pretty. I really think that's a cool idea. I agree on this. Well done there, but yeah, there's just so many weird things. Like the whole Alfred thing. You know, I don't get it. Like there's just so much. Weird things in this film. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like the conception or the concept of building up and then, you know, this this, for example, we talked about the Thorin Oakenshield coming out with this bell, crashing this rubble on the door, this barricade, so to say, and then running out, and then, I don't know, you have thousands of orcs and more coming, and then, yeah, there are just now 30 more dwarves in, like, some leather jackets, and, I don't know, of course, morale boost and stuff like this is important. You can't underestimate that, I guess, but as always in the concept of film, it's always very important to also have moments like these, but for the amount of build up this got, it's just too little that actually happens there, I think, to kind of sell to if you think a moment for it, think, well, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. It doesn't perfectly fit into Lord of the Rings universe. It's also true for the book, to be fair. But it's 13 named dwarf, that's good. It was good when we wanted it to be great. I think that's always one of the problems. The Alfred stuff is just too much. I think the moment, here for example, the same. The moment Thorin, you have the death scene of Thorin Oakenshield, it's a strong scene in my opinion. It's really good. He talks to Bilbo, he has his last words with him and so on. Fantastic. Really well done. It's a very emotional scene, well done. And then they add, here's Lego, like then they just add, go seek the Dunadan. Actually, I have to look, I have to see the scene. Does he even use the correct? I think he says there is. How does he phrase it, chat? It's not the fault of the actor. It's if somebody's at fault, it's always the writing here in this case. Have you seen with Tauriel and the laugh because it was real? Oh god. Of course, Legolas can go back. He says, find the Dunedain. And it's wrong because Dunedain is plural. It means men of the West. One man of the West is Dunadan, which is also in Lord of the Rings. That's a strange mistake. I wouldn't mind too much. It will be I'm very pedantic, I guess, at times. But that's kind of a strange thing because Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings book is definitely called the Dunadan. I shall have to get my friend, the Dunadan, to help me. Where is he? Elrond laughed. He shall be found, he said. Then you two shall go into a corner and finish your task, and we will hear it and judge it before we end our merrymaking. When he saw Strider, he dismounted and ran to meet him, calling out, Aina vedui Dunadan, mai govannen. His speech and clear ringing voice left no doubt in their hearts. The rider was of elven folk. No others that dwelt in the wide world had voices so fair to hear. But there seemed to be a note of haste, of fear in his call, and they saw haste or fear, and they saw that he was now speaking quickly and urgently to Strider. Soon Strider beckoned to them, and the hobbits left the bushes and hurried down the road. This is Glorfindel, who dwells in the house of Elrond, said Strider. I mean, like, if this would be not in the book, Sindarin is a complicated language. If it's not in the book or something, I can totally understand. You might get at times the grammar wrong. Doesn't matter too much, I think. I often also say sometimes she is a Valar instead of a Valar because the R is the plural without the R at the end. It's the trilled R at the end. It's singular. It happens. You can confuse it. Oh, okay, it's okay. In this case, though, the words sound very different. Dunedain, Dunadan, and it's 100% in the book. Like, that's something that is explained. Thorin's line about the world would be a better place if more people would value home above gold. Yeah, definitely. It's a strong line. I liked also when Balin, not Balin, Dwalin talks to Thorin Oakenshield and says, "You have now a crown, but you have never been lesser." It's a strong line and a strong scene, in my opinion. And the film has its moments which kind of save it, in my opinion. But this weird love triangle side plot is a problem. I think, as Jackie in the Twitch chat said earlier, that where was it? It's boring because of the never-ending fighting and no plot. I kind of don't mind that because I know the film is the Battle of the Five Armies, so it has to take a big part of the film. There has to be some fighting. In fighting, you have less plot development, more action, and so on. So, and some of the action is decent, I would say. Sometimes it's just too over the top. But they always put in some nonsensical stuff in the film that I just don't like. The whole Alfred payoff is so strange that, like, he's in this movie the whole time and a screen time and appears again and again, same in the last film, just to be like annoying, and then he gets flung into the mouth of this troll or whatever that is and dies, and it's just off. And I think, why was he even a thing in this film? Like, what is the purpose of this guy? Yeah, some comic relief to some degree, and he's a very unlikable character. It's not the fault of the actor, it's just how it's written. It's so weird to me. It's really weird to me. Also, it sounds like Legolas, after the battle, goes to Rivendell, and then there's the Council of Elrond or something. Oh, I don't know. It seems so strange, because in the books, Legolas, of course, is not expelled from Thranduil's realm, or doesn't return there. He comes to Rivendell because Aragorn, in the year 3017, I think, 18, 17... no, it's complicated with the date here. 17, he captures Gollum. 18, he delivers him to Thranduil's realm, and there Gandalf questions him. Then Gandalf leaves. I think he leaves 7. Yeah, he must leave 18 because otherwise he needs a year to come to Rivendell. It doesn't matter too much, Ted, but at the end, it is that Gollum or Thranduil is attacked by orcs, and then Gollum escapes. And then Legolas is sent to Rivendell by Thranduil to tell the news: Gollum escaped, we got attacked, and so on. Yeah, Alfred gets more screen time than some of the dwarves, and I think that is just wrong in a film about these 13 dwarves, Bilbo and Gandalf. That's just a strange decision, in my opinion. Tauriel is a character that doesn't even appear in the books. And I don't mind they adding characters, to be fair. And I don't mind adding another elf character or a female elf character. I don't mind that. Everything is okay with that. Just, if you notice that other characters suffer when it comes to screen time, there should be more focus on them, then something goes wrong. Like you have some Balin scenes, you have some before scenes. No, before scenes. You have one in the extended, one before scene again. But beyond that, you have some Fili. No, Fili very little, mostly Kili. You have one Fili scene, I think. Considering that Fili, if I'm not mistaken, even though that is also strange, in the book it says that who's the older one? Like in Lord of the Rings, there is we have the birth dates of all of them, and Fili, interestingly, is birth date is 2859, and Kili is 2864. So Kili is the younger one. And not like in the book there's much difference to this. I mean, I mix it up. I could swear there's like a line where it says Kili is the older one. Maybe I dreamed that. Yeah, she could have been written as a love interest for Legolas. Definitely a possibility, which I would not mind. And so on. But The Hobbit is not a love story, so why putting it in there if other characters then don't get screen time? Fili and Kili had fallen defending him with shield and body, for he was their mother's elder brother. The others remained with Dane, for Dane dealt his treasure well. Try to find the line. Now I remember. I found it. So, in the chapter, flies and spiders, we can read the following. Can any of you throw a rope? What's the good of that? The boat the boat is sure to be tied up, even if we could hook it, which I doubt. I don't believe it's. I don't believe it is tied," said Bilbo. "Though of course I can't be sure in this light. Can't be sure in this light, but it looks to me as if it was just drawn up on the bank, which it's low, and there were the path goes. What? Which is low, just there where the path goes down into the water." So I can't read. And then Dori is the strongest, but Fili the youngest, and still has the best sight, said Thorin. So here he says that Fili is the youngest in the group, but it should be Kili who's the youngest. That's a strange line, isn't it? So if I can just maybe post it in chat if you want to check for yourself, or you have a digital copy or something like that. He doesn't say Kili is the youngest in this. I don't know. Maybe Kili was not around. I don't know, chat. Rope went out and Fili pulled in vain. Kili came to his help. Pretty strange. Because why female character if not for the sole purpose of... Yeah, it's very, let's call it cliche or something. You know, it's... I don't like this. I think Tauriel could be a cool character in this that appears here and there for reasons. Just without this whole love nonsense. I think that would be cooler, in my opinion. I definitely would have liked that, I don't know, Ori and Nori and Dori and Oin and Gloin have more screen time in this. Like, especially Gloin is a character that is a father of Gimli. Why does a movie not give the father of Gimli a little bit more screen time so you have a better understanding who maybe Gimli's family is, you know? I don't get this. I find this very strange. I would wish that it's better. Also, it's tragic. I have seen so many adaptations of The Hobbit, and I cried at Thorin's death every single time, except in this film adaptation. It just doesn't do anything for me. That's interesting. I definitely think it's not a bad death scene, and I think it's one of the stronger things or stronger themes in the third film. Holy moly, these THs difficult. Sorry for not reading your message for such a long time. And then they give, other characters that are not in the book, like Alfred and Tauriel and this love triangle stuff, which is also not in the book. They give it so much screen time. I don't know why. Oh, the timer is still going, I just noticed. We're going to stop it. Let's see if chat is still working. Seems like it's working. So, I don't know, chat. how do you feel? So what also Liana Stark also asked, are we excited about season 3? Season 3 for Rings of Power. I don't know. Rings of Power is for me still difficult to grasp in a way that, I don't know. I really try to give it, every time I try to give it a chance, I end up kind of, in some way, be kind of disappointed with it. And this is a bit annoying for me. Like, I would like to be more positive about it, but it's often like a mixed bag with some good in it, with some bad in it, and then it lands somewhere in the middle. I said this sentence so many times, I think, in reviews and every time. Like was on the German Tolkien Society cast when we talked about it. This was a sentence and I said so off, well, it has some good stuff, some bad stuff, and then it lands in the middle. It's okay. Some people don't mind some elements as much as maybe I do, which is completely fine and fair, and then maybe they like it a bit more, and then some people mind the stuff even more or even less than I, or mind the stuff has a stronger impact on their disliking than for me, then they like it even less than I do. I was thinking about it, I know it's not being that good. Well, yeah, I don't know. I hope when the third season comes out that I'm able to give it a fair chance again and try to be as neutral. But I have to also admit that it would be great to just get a good adaptation, because I currently, with the development they took in season 2 and also season 1, they built up something where I feel like it goes so far away from what is actually in the books and what Tolkien might have thought behind all of this, that the core of this ideas of Tolkien, if you consider this the core of an adaptation, what does the author want to tell us? And I think the core is damaged. I don't know if they can fix it in the next season or can make us forget about all the nonsense in it. But I feel like the overall, maybe the showrunners, the people responsible for this, they messing or meddling so much with this that it gets problem in its own continuity, that it makes sense and seems plausible at times. And often, if you think back of everything that has happened so far, it often feels like, why does this even matter? Like, if you think of the first season, how much screen time this weird building of this channel to Mount Doom took. Like, how much, and then at the end, the payoff of this tunnel is, well, he has this broken, and also the finding of this broken sword. And in the end, it reveals, well, the key for the dam. And to this day, it's one of the most important, in my opinion, most disappointing reveals of what is the thing I've ever seen. You could say, yeah, well, it kind of makes sense, but the problem is, okay, then build this channel to Mount Doom, which the elves for whatever reason don't see, which is completely unrealistic and stupid in of itself. But why do they need this stupid sword then? For what? And it has this weird blood-sucking magic or whatever. Like, one season later, we see them with literally siege weapons. Why not just build one siege weapon and destroy the dam with it? I don't get it. It seems like they have the knowledge how to build siege weapons. So why not use that to destroy the dam? Why would if you have these massive amount of orcs and so on that we later see, why would these 3 villages in Mordor be any problem? It makes absolutely no sense. Because the sun is shining, okay, but Chad, it's just weird. And for this reason, a big part of season 1 feels completely pointless. And then from the stuff that is later going to happen, the Númenórean plot and its ending, the establishing of the realms in exile, Gondor and Arnor, or Arnor and Gondor, if we do it in the right order. That's so big, everything. And then the Battle of the Last Alliance and so on. Then you wonder why. Just read an article. It says season 3 filming is over, but they still will be at least another year before release. So maybe November next year. I can't imagine that Amazon wants or can. I think it's not good for the. Maybe it would be good if they have even more time with it, but I can't imagine that they won't bring out a new season. Like if they would go. Like if the next season is 2027 instead of 2026, that would be strange. Yeah, Lena said it. In November 7th, yeah, she writes it here, November 7th it was complete. She also mentioned it a moment ago. It's also hard to imagine. Then we have this whole plot in the Far East, which is also completely pointless, I think. And then the reveal is, spoiler for Rings of Power Season 2. The big reveal is, and we called it ages ago. Like at the end of Season 1, the stranger says, if you don't know, I don't know, the direction, always follow your nose or something like that. What is the quote, Chad? I forgot. It's not from the book, so. When in doubt, follow your nose. How did you phrase it, Chad? I should know these quotes, but I'm really bad with quotes. So if you do a quiz with me with just film quotes, I will lose. I'm just completely lost. Looks like ice agents. Let's not go into this territory. And don't worry. I can imagine that this is also like the world is looking at this, what's going on in the United States currently, and it's just okay. Can I just live in another timeline, please? When in doubt, Eleanor Brandyfoot, always follow your nose or something like that. Yeah, I think that's what it is. When in doubt, always follow your nose. Gandalf also says this in Moria, I think, in the Fellowship of the Ring film that we will watch next week or this week, maybe at the weekend. Though at this weekend I have another tournament participation for an Elden Ring charity event, like an Elden Ring bingo charity event. It's on German though, so not interesting for most people, I think. And I don't know which day I will play yet, but in theory, if my match could be Sunday or something, then I have a problem. But yeah, he says this. So this is the first hint towards him being Gandalf. And then I think in season 2, and I had this discussion with other people where I said, no, that can't be Gandalf. That's just whatever, spoiler. That's just, I don't know, a distraction or a red herring or whatever. And I said, like, if somebody talks like Gandalf, looks like Gandalf, has a, I don't know, says things like Gandalf and is running around with hobbits like Gandalf. Maybe he's just Gandalf, and yeah, he was just Gandalf the whole time. That's just stupid. I like, this is, this makes me angry. Found it in the scene. Thank you for Joe. Thank you for looking it up. Found it. If in doubt, Mediadoc, always follow your note. I can't. My Gandalf impression is not good. I don't have the voice for that. Have a good night / day. Thank you. You too. have also a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And so on. Next week there will be Fellowship of the Ring watch party. And I hope, I can't promise it because we just finished the script. I don't know how many hours ago. 17 hours ago or something, or 18 hours ago, we finished the script in the middle of the night, from my perspective, or it was already in the morning, to be honest. And so the next lore video is written. All I have to do now is voice record it, which is tough. I hate voice recording, and it's a long script. And then we have to edit it. Editing could take quite some time, as always, as well, because it will be almost an hour long, or round about an hour long. Oh, it was for Mark. Mark is leaving. Oh, sorry, I just skipped the line there. That is for me today. Great stream. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Mark. I wish you also a good night. Sleep well, and see you next time. Then I wish you a good night to Mark. Sorry, I just mixed things up. Sorry, my mistake. But yeah, it's annoying with fan service, whatever. It makes no sense. Like, if you want to have Gandalf and Barrow Wights and I don't know what other things did they implement, Ents and whatnot. Like, if you have all these things, maybe, just maybe make a Third Age show and not a Second Age show then. Like, you show the Second Age to be free from all the things we know from the Third Age and from Peter Jackson and so on, and then you just do all the Lord of the Rings Peter Jackson scenes in your show, and I think, why? Just do something new. Otherwise, if you want to do this, then make an adaptation of what Peter Jackson did. Just make a new adaptation or whatever, but I don't understand that approach. It's just stupid to me. I don't mind a bit of fan service, but they go too much overboard with it. And some of the plot lines make no sense, especially in the grander theme, in the grand chronology of things and history of everything. If you think what's still coming, just changing the order of how the rings of power were created makes very little sense for me. And makes me that was one of my biggest breaking points, I think, was, even though it was in of itself a good episode compared on the level of season 1 episodes, or as far as season 1 episodes go, season 1 episode 8 was good, but from a Tolkien book fan perspective, I think that was one of the episodes that hurt me the most, because nothing in it made any sense. And it was not getting better with season 2, I think, in some departments. Though season 2 overall, I would say, was better than 1, definitely. And maybe season 3 is yet better again. But who knows? I just hope that the hunt for Gollum will be better. Didn't care for Galadriel looking evil during the battle scene in this movie. Should have been more of a white light, angelic battle angel, yeah. I don't know. They kind of established. I mean, it's a Peter Jackson thing as well. It has some. I think took inspiration from the scene from the book to some degree. But it feels like if Galadriel goes to battle, she transforms into like a race or something. That's not what Galadriel does. It seems very strange to me that he went for it. I don't like that, to be honest. I think it's cool that we see the siege of Dol Guldur, or that we see that Sauron being driven out of Dol Guldur in parallel. I think that's a good addition. I overall like the addition of the White Council here in this film. But yeah, I don't know. The good thing, though, is we know Fellowship of the Ring is fantastic, and that's the next film. It's potentially my favorite film out of the trilogy, but it's pretty close with the other two. Like, Two Towers is really good. Like, I remember last year when we watched Two Towers in the watch party, I said, man, what a good film is just Two Towers. What a good film that is. And same with Fellowship, and same with Return of the King. Like, Return of the King has, of course, the problem of the 1000 endings. Yeah, being dispatched into the distance pretty well, that is true. But to be fair, like, it's a complicated matter, but on paper, Sauron can't teleport, and he has already physical form at this point. So Sauron has to actually walk, which is kind of funny. Like, he has to walk out, like he has to leave Dol Guldur on a horse or just walking. He can't just fly away. I wouldn't blame Peter Jackson or the movies or the writers for portraying it like this, to be fair, but just from a pure book standpoint, I think he should have physical form already at this point, because there's some hint. I think I talk about this in my video about it. I thought you were in The Hobbit again. Because when it comes to season 2, even though I've watched it quite a few times due to covering it, I forgot already how it ends. I just remember the battle there on top and Galadriel falling down the cliff and landing in a tree and surviving miraculously. And then she gets healed. What happens with Sauron? He just leaves, I think. No, the books don't give much detail about Dol Guldur, unfortunately. There's also different accounts. I'm not sure if I have it in my script. So I could just search in my script. I think that would be smart. I didn't put the quote in, it seems, chat. Therefore, for the last time, he aided... Okay, found it. There's one version in the Silmarillion, and one version... one version in the in Lord of the Rings. So in the Silmarillion it reads like the following: to this Kurunir now assist, it's Saruman, desiring that Sauron should be thrust from Dol Guldur, which was nigh to the river, and should have leisure to search there no longer. Therefore, for the last time, he aided the council and put forth their strength, and they assailed Dol Guldur and drove Sauron from his hold, and Mirkwood for a brief while was made wholesome again. That's how it's worded in the Silmarillion. In the Lord of the Rings, there is another account. In Appendix B, I think, or something like that. Yeah. In Lord of the Rings, in Appendix B, it reads like this: Sauron, having made his plans, abandons Dol Guldur. The battle of the Five Armies in Dale, death of Thorin the Second, Bard of Esgaros slays Smaug. Duin of the Iron Hills becomes King on the Mountain, Duin the Second. So that's the comparison between these versions. I think in Unfinished Tales there's some version of it somewhere, which I also read and I forgot about where it's written. I was back talking about the Hobbit movies. Yeah, I thought as much. I like Dol Guldur scenes very much. It was well done. Yeah, I also thought it was cool. It's also a cool name, Dol Guldur. I think it sounds kind of menacing or what? I can't talk anymore. Menacing? Is this a word you say? Is this a real word? I don't know. English, chat. Yeah, that's a real word. Lucky me. Gandalf says, I must find some means of dealing with Smaug, but a direct stroke against Dol Guldur is needed still more. We must disturb Sauron's plan. I must make the council see that. Yeah, Utumno and Angband, also great names. And Witch King. Yeah. Tolkien had a good hand for having cool names most of the time. I remembered a dangerous journey of mine 91 years before, when I had entered Dol Guldur in disguise and had found there an unhappy dwarf dying in the pits. I had no idea who he was. He had a map that had belonged to Durin's folk in Moria and a key that seemed to go with it, though he was too far gone to explain it, and he said that he had possessed a great ring. Nearly all his ravings were for that, the last of the 7, he said, over and over. But all these things he might have come by in many means. He might have been a messenger caught as he fled, or even a thief trapped by a greater thief. But he gave the map and key to me, for my son, he said, and then he died, and soon after I escaped myself. I stowed the things away, and by some warning of my heart, I kept them always with me, safe, but soon almost forgotten. I had other business in Dol Guldur more important and perilous than all the treasures of Erebor. And persuaded the council to attack Dol Guldur first before he attacked Lorien. We did, and Sauron fled. But he was always ahead of us in his plans. I must confess that I thought he really had retreated again, and that we might have another spell of watchful peace. But it did not last long. Sauron decided to take the next step. He returned at once to Mordor, and in 10 years he declared himself. Then everything grew dark. Just currently going to the unfinished tales and seeing if I could swear there was like also some more information on the attack. Not much, but a little bit. And they certainly would have done so if I had not attacked Dol Guldur at the time. No. No, there's not more to be found here in this book. Should have put it into my notes, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Sauron made up his mind and left Dol Guldur. I just, read this. Sauron, having made his plans, abandons Dol Guldur. That's not even much of a mention of this. The White Council meets. Saruman agrees to an attack on Dol Guldur, since he now wishes to prevent Sauron from searching the river. Sauron, having made his plans, abandons Dol Guldur. Like, you could also read it, well, they got there and Sauron was just has already left or something like that. So not really an attack was happening there. There are other texts, though, that imply that an actual attack happened. But it's, like I said, not much information on this. Yes, I myself dared to pass through the doors of necromancer Dol Guldur and secretly explored his ways, and found thus that our fears were true. He was none other than Sauron, enemy of old. And someone dissuaded us from the deeds against him, and for long we watched him only. Yet at last, as his shadow grew, Saruman yielded, and the council put forth its strength and drove the evil out of Mirkwood. And that was in the very year of the finding of this ring. A strange chance, if chance it was. Here, that is from the Council of Elrond, I think, or was it Shadow of the Past? No, Council of Elrond. Gandalf explains this again, and here it feels like they put forth their strengths and attacked Dol Guldur, and then drove the evil out of Mirkwood. You know, that sounds more active than, he made up his plans and abandoned. You know, it's kind of fascinating that Tolkien has different accounts, maybe depending on who you ask. Maybe it was a combination of both. He attacked, but Sauron was already planning to leave anyway. That's kind of how I interpret it. I first listened to the Lord of the Rings books dramatized in audio form. I was so spooked by the story that I went to bed early and hid behind my husband. He was wondering why I was so snuggly. It can be definitely very tense, the thing. Lord of the Rings has a lot of qualities, I think. But ere long it escaped our skill, and we dared not to continue the hunt, for we were drawing nigh to Dol Guldur, and that is still a very evil place. It was the advice of Saruman that drove... Yeah, here's another one. But Saruman has long studied... Maybe I can start earlier. For Saruman the White is the greatest of my order. Radagast is of course a worthy wizard, a master of shapes and changes of hue. And he has much lore of herbs and beasts, and birds are especially his friends. But Saruman has long studied the arts of the enemy himself, and thus we have often been able to forestall him. It was by the devices of Saruman that we drove him from Dol Guldur. It might be that he had found some weapons that would drive back the Nine. I will go to Saruman, I said. This is when Gandalf explains his reasoning why he still trusted Saruman. So it's very interesting that he says, by the devices of Saruman, they drove him out. Like, this is, like you ask what other information is there. This is one of the things I remembered. It's in Lord of the Rings. It should also be, it's also the chapter, The Council of Elrond, which is often the answer to a lot of questions. Where do we find this in Lord of the Rings? Well, it's most likely in the Council of Elrond. You speak of what you do not know when you like Moria. Oh, we do not know what he expects, said Boromir. He may watch all roads, likely and unlikely. In that case, to enter Moria would be to walk into a trap, hardly better than knocking at the gates of the Dark Tower itself. The name of Moria is black. You speak of what you do not know when you like Moria to the stronghold of Sauron, answered Gandalf. I alone of you have ever been in the dungeons of the Dark Lords. of the Dark Lord, and only in his older and lesser dwellings in Dol Guldur. Those who pass the gates of Barad-dûr do not return. But I would not lead you into Moria if there were no hope of coming out again. If there are orcs there, it may prove ill for us, that is true, but most of the orcs in the Misty Mountains were scattered or destroyed in the Battle of Five Armies. The eagles report that orcs are gathering again from afar, but there is a hope that Moria is still free. There's even a chance that dwarves are there, and that in some deep hall of his fathers, Balin, son of Fundin, may be found. However, it may prove one must tread the path that need chooses. Now I get it. I will tread the path with you, Gandalf, said Gimli. I will go and look on the hold of Durin, whatever may wait there, if you can find the doors that are shut. Good, Gimli, said Gandalf. Like in the book, Gandalf wants to go to Moria, in the film it's different. Whatever. That's currently still looking for Dol Guldur references. Atop Kerin Amros, Haldir speaks to Sam and Frodo, referring to Dol Guldur as the very heart of the darkness. But yeah, always a cool topic in my opinion. I like talking about this kind of stuff. I was distracted during the movie. Did someone actually shout, "The eagles are coming"? Yes. Also, like in the death scene of Thorin, Bilbo says it to Thorin. What is appearing? Had a few things to do. Don't worry, Jack. Nice that you are back, though. Welcome back. And yeah, we completed the film, and we talked about Dol Guldur a bit, about if we look forward to the next season of Rings of Power. Well, as we just discussed that it's maybe a mixed bag. Who knows? Maybe they can fix it, probably not. It will be tough. And at the end of the day, I really want good Lord of the Rings adaptations, you know? It's not like I'm happy that Rings of Power was not successful, you know? I would have loved to have a really good Lord of the Rings show. I know some people who really enjoy the show, and That's completely fine, you know, but for me it's always difficult. A little bird once told me, you don't like this Rings of Power thingy. I wouldn't say I don't like it. It's just my expectations were higher, and with the fantastic Lord of the Rings films, you know what in theory is possible for a somewhat decent adaptation of it, because we all love the universe of it, and we know that there's so many cool stories that maybe needs a bit to be more fleshed out, but at the end it is the core of the story should be intact, and the show doesn't deliver that, and especially for us book fans it's then becoming difficult to like it, especially when some plot parts have very low payoff or not are well written or make little sense. Even if you put all the lore knowledge aside, the show still has problems when it comes to the writing and how the plot is structured and how things connect to each other. It often feels like very forced. It often feels a bit more like style of a substance and so on. That gets annoying. Yeah, we did and Sauron fled. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if I read this or skipped over this, but yeah, that's, it's another quote. Persuaded the council to attack Dol Guldur first before he attacked Lorien. We did and Sauron fled. Yeah, he was still there and then he fled. I think it's a mixture of both. Like, they attacked, but Sauron also planned to potentially leave anyway, but he was still there when they attacked and then he moved out. I just want to say hi. I'm going to play one more game of BF6 and go to bed. I also think about ending the stream here, maybe playing a round of Battlefield 6 again or something. Currently shutting down my PlayStation as my Blu-ray player. But like I said, there's a potential, but I think with the stuff they want to show in their series, in their show, they should have just chosen a different age and just go with a third age if they want to show. They want to show Ringwraiths and Gandalf and Barrow-wights and whatnot, and that's just third age stuff. I think they would be better off with a third age story. The problem is the free weekend for Battlefield 6 ends soon, Jack, so I can't play indefinitely without buying the game. And feels currently like a good opportunity. I did some 4 hours of lore streaming. I also already streamed all the night yesterday, completing the script. So we're good. So I created around about 10 hours of lore content today. It's not bad in my opinion, right? So chat, but like I said, I will call it a day here. Let me just get shut down my PlayStation really quick. That should be, wait a moment chat, I have it in a moment, turn off, that should be this button. Got the Blu-ray out, it's also important, not forget. And next week, next week chat is the fantastic, what's it called? Fellowship of the Ring, of course, the first Lord of the Rings film. That is absolutely awesome. Like, I love this film so much. It's part 13, Jack, not even 12. We're on part 13 already. But thank you, much appreciated. It's 13 pages, also long. It's part 13 of 13 pages. What can go wrong there, right? Unfortunately, that means it's over 50 minutes long. That kind of scares me, but we will hopefully do this. Was it called immediate unfollow? I don't know. So yeah, shout outs to all the supporters. Thank you so much to the Patreons and to the membership people and to the people who just press the like button, which is also something you can do right now. Always helps recommend me further to other people if you enjoyed this. I know it's not the favorite. The third Hobbit film is definitely not a fan favorite, I think. Most people really dislike it. So I see what people think, oh god, not these movies. 13 likes as well. Now 15. Thank you for the likes coming in. Thank you, chat. So much appreciate. Leave a comment. Check out my other lore stuff and so on. I will maybe upload under the week a new lore, re-upload to the new lore channel. In case you haven't heard, I try slowly with re-uploads, fill the other channel and get to 1,000 subscribers. And then if we reach this, we maybe move to the new channel or not. I'm not sure yet, but I definitely want to get started with it. I mean, you don't lose anything. It's just lore content there, bundled. Currently just re-uploads. So if you haven't subscribed there, feel free to do this. I need 4,000 watched hours and 1,000 subscribers. We have 1,400 watched hours and 370 or 80 or something like that subscribers. So we are still a bit off. We're slowly getting there. If you want to support me in some ways because you like my content or whatever, and think, hey Chris, how can we support you? Check the links in the description. I have all kinds of things. You can use the YouTube stuff. You can, I don't know, use your Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe on Twitch, which doesn't generate additional cost for you. You just have to connect your Twitch account to the Amazon account, and then you have one free sub, which is basically a membership on Twitch. It doesn't renew automatically though, and I get a bit of the pool of Twitch of Amazon Prime money, whatever. Then there's also the membership here. There's super thanks, super chats. There is Patreon. There is a Ko-fi link now, and I don't know what. So all the things, feel free if you enjoy this. But like I said, also the stuff that does not cost any money, like leaving a comment, likes, recommending me to other people watching my stuff, maybe turning off the ad block at times, would be much appreciated. And or having YouTube Premium is also, like, if you watch on YouTube Premium, you're also like the ad revenue you get through YouTube Premium is pretty good. So it's also, I think, a good way to support people if you don't want to watch ads on YouTube. I will leave through I run through some music here for the YouTube crowd and the English Twitch channel crowd. And yeah, press the add button one time or something. I shut up now. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, nice evening, sleep well, have a good one. Was nice with you people, enjoyed the watch party with you quite a lot. And next film will be Fellowship of the Ring, looking forward to that. So have a nice rest of the day or evening or a good night, sleep well, and see you people next time. Goodbye, huge shout outs again to all the supporters here. Much appreciated on all the different channels, which are quite a few by now. Very happy to see so many people. And yeah, as said, see you people next time. Goodbye.